Hello everyone, welcome to Unacademy. It's me, Rushikesh Inamdar, welcomes you all at on the Unacademy platform where you will get daily live classes, unlimited access for live and recorded classes, structured courses, along with unlimited tests and quizzes to evaluate your preparation. Yes, friends, we 100 plus top educators will guide you throughout the preparation to achieve your success. Yes, so download an Academy Learning app today and start your preparation. Yes, it's me, Rishikesh Inamdar, having experience to guiding UPSC aspirants from last 8 years. You can follow me on Unacademy and you can join our Telegram group using this link. Yes. Those candidates are in confusion about their preparation or from which subject they want to start their preparation, then Unacademy is the best option where they will get 15,000 plus courses available for UPSC CSE, in which the courses like Polity and Governance, yes, History, Current Affairs, Indian Economy, Geography, and many more. So enroll yourself today and start your preparation. Yes, now those aspirants are looking for paid courses. We have best option like Plus and Iconic subscription where they will get 10% discount using referral code RBI Live, and this 10% discount is applicable in this February month only. Yes, friends, go ahead with these are our recent batches are started for the UPSC CSE mission success, mission victory, then 1 year, 2 years, and NCERT batches. Yes, you can join any of the batches as per your convenience. Yes, friends. Right. These are the subscription combinations available on Unacademy platform. So again, you can use code RBI Life to get 10% discount. Yes. Now, in this session, we will study social science, social and political science 2. That is the NCERT textbook for class 7th. Yes, this is the second part of our marathon in which we'll cover textbook for class 7, that is social and political life part 2. Yes, yes, friends, just have a look the fundamental duties under article 51A. Yes, these are the fundamental duties mentioned in our constitution and which are added by the 42nd Amendment Act 1976. Yes. Now, in today's session, we'll cover the topics like equality in Indian democracy, state government, where role of the government in health, how the state government works, gender, growing up as boys and girls, then women change, Indian democracy, the world, understanding media, markets around us. Yes. Then equality in democracy, struggles for equality. That's it. Yes. Now we'll start this session. Yes, friends. Equality in Indian democracy. Yes. Now, India is a democracy, and we have already discussed in class 6 book. So, we looked at the key elements of democratic government and the include people's participation, the resolution of conflict, and equality and justice. Now, equality is a key feature of democracy and influences all aspects of its functioning. Now, in this chapter, we will read more about equality. Yes, what is it? Yes, why it is important in a democracy, and whether or not everyone is equal in India. Yes, and friends, you can cover these stories when you will get idle time from your preparation. So we'll cover the outline of the story and all topics related mentioned in the NCERT. So you can read the story as per your convenience. Now moving to the next part. Yes, friends. Now, yes, in previous part 1 we have covered equality and justice, people's participation, and the resolution of conflict. Now, equal right to vote. Yes. Now we'll see what is mean this equal right to vote. Yes. So the story is mentioned in this chapter begins with a character Kanta standing in line to cast her vote. Now look again the various people who are standing in the line with her. So Kanta recognized her employer Ashok Jain and Chote Lal, her neighbor. In democratic country like India, all adults, irrespective of what religion they belong to and how much education they have had, what caste they are, or whether they are rich or poor, they are allowed to vote. Yes. Now, this as you have already read. Yes, as we have already read in the class 6 book, it is called universal adult franchise, and it is an essential aspect of democracies. The idea of universal adult franchise is based on the idea of equality because it states that every adult in country, irrespective of their wealth and the communities she or he belongs to, has one vote. Yes. Now the story is continued. Yes. So here we have learned about universal adult franchise. Now, other kinds of equality. Yes. Now, so in the story character, Kanta is one of many people who live in democratic India and who have the right to vote, but whose daily living and working conditions are far from equal. Right. Apart from being poor, people in India experience inequality in different ways. Let us see what This means by reading the two stories given below. Each of these is based on real incidents in people's lives and reflects the different kinds of inequalities that exist in India. Now, we'll see these small stories related with the equality. One of the more common forms of inequality in India is caste system. Yes, if you live in if you live in yes, one of the more common forms of inequality in India is the caste system. And if you live in rural area, your caste identity is something that you probably learned to experience very young. If you live in urban India, some of you might think that people no longer believe in caste. But just look at these matrimonials shown from leading English newspapers and you will see how important the issue of caste continues to be in the minds of highly educated urban Indians. Yes, see these examples. Now, now let us read a story about the experience of a Dalit child attending school. Yes, we have already read about Dalit in class 6 book. Now, Dalit is a term that so-called lower castes used to address themselves. Dalit means broken, and by using this word, lower castes are pointing to how they were, yes, and continue to be seriously discriminated against. Right now, there is a story of Om Prakash Valmiki. You can read when you have idle time, right? Now, just Om Prakash Valmiki is a famous Dalit writer. Yes, in his autography, Juten, he writes, I had to sit away from the others in the class, and that too on the floor. The mat ran out before reaching the spot I sat on. Now, sometimes I would have to sit way behind everybody, right near the door. Sometimes they would beat me without any reason. When he was in class 4. Now, the headmaster asked Om Prakash to sweep the school and the playground. He writes, the playground was way larger than my small physique could handle, and in cleaning it, my back began to itch. My face was covered with the dust, and dust had dust had gone inside my mouth. Yes, the other children in my class were studying and I was sweeping. So headmaster was sitting in his room and watching me. I was not even allowed to get a drink of water. I swept the whole day from the doors and windows of the schoolrooms, and the eyes of the teachers and the boys saw this spectacle. Yes. So Om Prakash was made to sweep the school and the playground for the next couple of days, and this only came to an end when his father, who happened to passing by, saw his son sweeping. Then he confronted the teachers and then walking away from the school, holding Om Prakash's hand, and he said loudly for all of them to hear, you are a teacher, so I am leaving now. But remember, this much master will study right here in this school. And not just him, but there will be more coming after him. Yes, so this is the story of Om Prakash Valmiki, one of the famous writer. Now, The second story the second story is based on incident that took place in one of India's largest cities and is common practice in most part of the country. It is a story about Mr. and Mrs. Ansari who were looking to rent an apartment in the city, and they had the money, and so paying the rent was no problem. They went to a property dealer for help to find a place. The dealer informed them that he knew about quite a few apartments that were available for rent. They visited the first apartment and the Ansaris liked it very much and decided to take it. However, when the landlady found out their names, she made an excuse about how she could not rent the house to someone who ate meat because the building did not have any non-vegetarian residents. Yes, in second story, we'll see the incident happened with the Mr. and Mrs. Ansari. Now, both the Ansaris and the property dealer were surprised to hear this because they could smell fish being cooked in the neighbor's house. The same excuse was repeated in the second and third apartments. Finally, the property dealer told them that they might want to change their names and call themselves Mr. and Mrs. Kumar. The Ansaris were reluctant to do this and decided to look some more. In the end, it took a whole month of looking at apartments before they found a landlady who was willing to give them a place on rent. Yes. Yes, friends, now we have covered two small stories related with the equality and now regional dignity. Yes. So, correction, it's not a regional, it's a recognizing dignity. Next point is recognizing dignity. So, we have understood by now that the caste we are born in, the religion we practice, and the class background we come from, whether we are male or female, these are often the things that determine why some people are treated unequally. Om Prakash Valmiki and the Ansaris are being treated unequally on the basis of differences of caste and religion. Yes, we have covered the example through story, that is unequal treatment in the society on the basis of caste and religion. Yes, when persons are treated unequally, their dignity is violated. Yes, just write down the line, guys. When persons are treated unequally, their dignity is violated. And the dignity of both Om Prakash Valmiki and the Ansaris was violated because of the way in which they were treated. Yes, by picking on him and making him sweep the school because of his caste, Om Prakash Valmiki's schoolmates and teachers hurt his dignity badly and made him feel as if he was less than equal to all other students in the school. Being a child, Om Prakash Valmiki could do very little about the situation that he was in. And it was his father who, on seeing his son sweep, felt angry by this unequal treatment and confronted the teachers. Yes, in the second story, the Ansari's dignity was also hurt when persons refused to lease their apartments to them. However, when the property dealer suggested that they change their name, it was their dignity or self-respect that made them refuse this suggestion. Yes, Om Prakash and Ansaris do not deserve to be treated like this. So they deserve the same respect and dignity as anyone else. Yes, recognizing dignity. When persons are treated unequally, their dignity is violated. Now, equality in Indian democracy. Yes, the Indian Constitution recognizes every person as equal. This means that every individual in the country, including male and female, persons from all castes, religions, tribes, educational and economic backgrounds are recognized as equal. So, this is not to say that inequality ceases to exist. Yes, it doesn't, but at least in democratic India, the principle of the equality of all persons is recognized, while earlier, yes. Now, no law existed to protect people from discrimination and ill treatment. Yes, in our constitution, no law existed to protect people from. Yes, just give me a moment, friends. Yes, in democratic India, the principle of the equality of all persons is recognized. And while earlier, yes, while earlier no law existed to protect people from discrimination and ill treatment, now there are several that work to see the people are treated with dignity as equals. Now, the recognition of equality includes some of the following provisions in the Constitution. Yes, first, that every person is equal before the law. What this means is that every person, from the president of the country to a domestic worker, has to obey the same laws. Second, no person can be discriminated against on the basis of their religion, race, caste, place of birth, or whether they are female or male. And third, every person has access to all public places, including playgrounds, hotels, shops, and markets. All persons use All persons can use publicly available wells, roads, and bathing ghats. Fourth, untouchability has been abolished. Yes. Now, the two ways in which government has tried to implement the equality that is guaranteed in the constitution is first, though laws, and second, through government programs or schemes. Yes, to help disadvantaged communities. So there are several laws in India that protect every person's right to be treated equally. In addition to laws, the government has also set up several schemes to improve the lives of communities and individuals who have been treated unequally for several centuries. These schemes are to ensure greater opportunity for people who have not had this in the past. Yes, friends. Now, in the past. Yes, friends. Yes, just see what we have studied, the points to be remembered. So provisions in the constitution, which is just we are revising, like the every person is equal before the law. Yes, then no person can be discriminated against on the basis of their religion, race, caste, place of birth, or whether they are female or male. Third, every person has access to all public places. Yes, and all persons can use publicly available ways, roads, and bathing ghats. Fourth, untouchability has been abolished. Now, there are two ways which government has tried to implement the equality is guaranteed in the constitution. The first through laws, and second through several, and second through government programs or schemes. Yes, friends. Now, setting up the several schemes to improve the lives of communities and individuals who have been treated unequally for several centuries. And these schemes are to ensure greater opportunities for people who have not had this in the past. Yes. Now, after that, now we'll see one of the steps taken by the governments includes midday meal scheme. Yes, this refer to the program introduced in all government elementary schools to provide children with cooked lunch, and Tamil Nadu was the first state in India to introduce this scheme. In in 2001, the Supreme Court asked all state governments to begin this program in their schools within 6 months. So this program has had many positive effects. So this include the fact that more poor children have begun enrolling and regularly attending school. Teachers reported that earlier children would often go home for lunch and then not return to school. But now With the midday meal being provided in school, their attendance has improved. Their mothers who earlier had, their mothers who earlier had to interrupt their work to feed their children at home during the day now no longer need to do so. Yes, this program had also helped reduce caste prejudices because children of all castes in the school eat this meal together, and in quite a few places Dalit women have been employed to cook the meal. So the midday meal program also helps reduce the hunger of poor students who often come to school and cannot concentrate because their stomach are empty. Now, program while government programs play an important role in increasing equality of opportunity, and there is much that still needs to be done. Yes, while the midday meal program has helped increase the enrollment and attendance of poor children in the school, there continues to be big differences in our country between schools that the rich attend and those that the poor attend. Yes, even today there are several schools in the country in which Dalit children like Om Prakash Valmiki are discriminated against and treated unequally. So these children are forced into unequal situations in which their dignity is not. Yes, these children are forced into unequal situations in which their dignity is not respected. Yes, this is because people refuse to think of them as equal even though the law requires it. Now, so if we are talking about laws, there are laws mentioned in Constitution for the equality, and second is government is implementing government schemes and programs to make sure or ensure equality in the society. So midday meal scheme, yes, a midday meal scheme is one of the program introduced in all government elementary schools to provide children with cooked lunch, and Tamil Nadu introduced this scheme first time. Yes, first state to introduce midday meal scheme. Yes, so the government programs play an important role in the increasing equality of opportunity. There is much that still need to be done. Now, so where dignity is not respected, so this is because people refuses to think of them as equal even though the law requires it. Now, one of the main reasons for this is the attitudes change very slowly. Even though persons are aware that discrimination is against the law, they continue to treat people unequally on the basis of their caste, religion, disability, economic status, and because they are women. Now, it is only when people begin to believe that no one is inferior and that every person deserves to be treated with dignity, that present attitudes can change. Yes, establishing equality in a democratic society is continuous struggle and one in which individuals as well. Yes. Now, yes. Now, issues of equality in other democracies. Yes, just one of the main reason for this is attitude change very slowly. Even though persons are aware that discrimination is against the law, they continue to treat people unequally on the basis of their caste, religion, disability, economic status, and because they are women. Now, Now, it is only when the people begin to believe that no one is inferior and that every person deserves to be treated with dignity that present attitudes can change. Establishing equality in a democratic society is a continuous struggle and one in which individuals as well as various communities in India contribute to, and you will read more about in this book itself. Now, issues of equality in other democracies. Yes, just read the observations or the words by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. It is disgraceful to live at the cost of one's self respect. Self respect is the most vital factor in life. So, without it, man is seeking to live worthwhile with self respect. One has to overcome difficulties. It is out of hard and ceaseless struggle alone that one derives strength, confidence, and recognition. Now, man is mortal. Everyone has to die some day or the other. But one must resolve to lay down one's life in enriching the noble ideals of self respect and in bettering one's human life. Nothing is more disgraceful for a brave man than to live life devoid of self respect. Yes, these are the words by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar related with the inequality in the society at that time. Yes, now we'll see issues of equality in other democracies. Yes, friends. So, we are probably wondering whether India is the only democratic country in which there is inequality and where the struggle for equality continues to exist. Yes. Now, the truth is that in many democratic countries around the world, the issue of equality continues to be key issue around which communities struggle. So, for example, in the United States of America, the African Americans whose ancestors were the slaves and who were brought over from Africa continue to describe their lives today as largely unequal. Now, this despite the fact that there was movement in the late 1950s to push for equal rights for African Americans. Now, prior this, African Americans were treated extremely unequally in the United States and denied equality through law. For example, when traveling by bus, they either had to sit at the back of the bus or get up from their seat whenever a white person wished to sit. Yes, now see the example. It's not in only India. If we are talking about democracy, various democracies in the world, they are facing issue of equality. Yes. Now, Rosa Parks 1913-2005 was an American was an African American woman. Tired from a long day at work, she refuses to give up her seat on the bus to a white man on 1st December 1955. Her refusal that day started a huge agitation against the unequal ways in which American African American were treated. Yes, African American treated, and which came to be known as Civil Rights Movement. Yes, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibited discrimination on the basis of race, religion, or national origin. It also stated that all schools would be open to African American children and that they would no longer have to attend separate schools specially set up for them. However, despite this, a majority of African Americans continue to be among the poorest in the country. Now, most African American children can only afford to attend government schools that have fewer facilities and poorly qualified teachers as compared to white students who either go to private schools or live in areas where the government schools are highly rated as a private schools. Yes, see, this is the example when the civil rights movement was started in America. Yes. Now, yes, establishing equality in democratic society is a continuous struggle and one which individuals as well as various communities in India contributes to. Yes. Now, issues of inequality in other democracies. The example of African American we have learned. Yes. Now, the civil rights movement. Yes. So we have studied examples related with this. Now, challenge of democracy. Yes. Now, challenge of democracy. No country can be described as being completely democratic. There were always communities and individuals trying to expand the idea of democracy and push for greater recognition of equality on existing as well as new issues. So, central central to this is the struggle of the recognition of all persons as equal and for their dignity to be maintained. Yes. Now we'll see. Yes, friends. Now the expert from Article 15 of the Indian Constitution. Yes, prohibition of discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. Now, the state shall not discriminate against any citizen on grounds only on religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them. And no citizen shall grounds only on religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them be subject to any disability, liability, restriction, or condition with regard to access to shops, public restaurants, hotels, and places of public entertainment, or the use of wells, tanks, bathing huts, roads, and places of public resort maintained wholly or partly out of state funds or dedicated to the use of general public. Yes, this is all about Article 15 of the Constitution, which is describes equality. Yes, prohibition of discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. Now, challenge of democracy. So, no country can be described as being completely democratic, and there are always communities and individuals trying to expand the idea of democracy and push for a greater recognition of equality on existing uh, as well as new issues. So central to this is the struggle for the recognition of all persons as equal and for their dignity to be maintained. Yes. Now in this book we will read about how this issue of equality affects various aspects of our daily lives in democratic India. Yes. Now, next is state government. Yes, role of the government in health. Yes, friends, now we'll start with the second chapter. Yes, dear friends, we are covering NCERT page by page. So, after the completion of this series, you have to just revise, or there is need to only revise the NCERT, because we are covering in this course NCERT page by page in detail. Yes. Now we'll see role of the government in health. Now, role of the government in health. So, in democracy, people expect the government Yes, in democracy, people expect the government to work for their welfare, and this could be through the provision of education, health, employment, housing, or the development of roads, electricity, etc. Yes, in this chapter, we shall examine the meaning and problems related to health. Yes, now we'll see what is health. Yes, we can think, yes, we can think of health in many ways. Right. Health means our ability to remain free of illness and injuries. But health is not only about disease. You may have associated only some of the situation in the above collage. Yes, yes, see the collage now. You may have associated only some situations in the above collage with health. What we often ignore is the fact that each of the above situations is related to health. Yes. Now, apart from disease, we need to think other factors that affect our health. For example, if people get clean drinking water or a pollution-free environment, they are likely to be healthy. Yes, friends. On the other hand, if people do not get adequate food to eat or have to live in cramped conditions, they will prone to illness. Yes. So all of us like to be active and in good spirits in whatever we may be doing. So it is not healthy to be dull, inactive, anxious, or scared for long stretches of time. We all need to be without mental strain, and all of these various aspects of our lives are a part of health. Yes, friends. Now, understand again what is health. So, we can think the health in many ways. Health means our ability to remain free of illness and injuries. But health is not only about disease. Now, all of us would like to be active and in good spirits in whatever we may be doing, and it's not healthy to be dull, inactive, anxious, or scared for long stretches of time. We all need to be without mental strain, and all of this, various aspects of our lives are a part of health. Yes. Now, next, healthcare in India. Now, after the health, we'll see healthcare in India. Let us examine some of the aspects of healthcare in India. Compare and contrast the situation expressed in the first and second columns. Let's see what these columns are trying to say. Yes. Now, healthcare in India. Friends, we'll see these columns. India has the largest number of medical colleges in the world and is among the largest producers of doctors. Approximately more than 30,000 new doctors qualify is every year. Yes, India has the largest number of medical colleges in the world and is among the largest producers of doctors. Approximately more than 30,000 new doctors qualify is every year, and most doctors settle in urban areas now. Yes, now we'll see that both sides of column at a time. Most doctors settle in urban areas. People in rural areas have to travel long distances to reach a doctor. The number of doctors with respect to the population much less in rural areas. Yes, see how we are in at the healthcare, which means it's a contradictory, we can say. Like country India, we are producing a number of doctors in a year, and with the contrast with this, most doctors settle in urban areas and people in rural areas have to travel long distances to reach a doctor. Now, healthcare facilities have grown substantially over the years. In 1950, there were only 2,717 government hospitals in India, and in 1991 there were 11,174 hospitals in 2017, and the number grew to 23,583. Yes. Now, about 5 lakh people die from tubero- uh, tuberculosis every year, and this number is almost unchanged since independence. Yes, almost 2 million cases of malaria are reported every year, and this number is not decreasing. See the healthcare differences in the same country. Like India gets a large number of medical tourists from many countries. They come for treatment in some of the hospitals in India that compare with the best in the world. Yes, we are not able to provide clean drinking water to all. 21% of all communicable diseases are waterborne. Example, diarrhea, worms, hepatitis, yes, and many more. Now, India is the third largest producer of medicines in the world and is also a large exporter of medicines. Now, half of all children in India do not get adequate food to eat and are undernourished. Yes, so we have seen some of the aspects of healthcare in India, like contrast the situation mentioned in these two columns. Now, in order to prevent the treatment illnesses, we need appropriate healthcare facilities such as health centers, hospitals, laboratories for testing ambulance services, blood banks, etc. Now that can provide the required care and services that patients need. Yes, in order to run such facilities, we need health workers, nurses, qualified doctors, and other health professionals who can advise, diagnose, and treat illness. Yes, we also need the medicine and equipment that are necessary for treating patients. So, these facilities are required to take care of us. Yes, now, yes, India has a large number of doctors, clinics, and hospitals. The country also has considerable experience and knowledge in running a public healthcare system. So, this is a system of hospitals and health centers run by the government. So, it has the ability to look after the health of a large section of its population scattered over hundreds of thousands of villages, and we will go into more detail on this later. Right now, moreover, there has been a phenomenal advancement in medical sciences whereby many new technologies and treatment pro- procedures are available in the country. However, the second column points out how poor the health situation in our country is. So, with all the above positive developments, we are not able to provide proper healthcare facilities to people. Yes, this is the paradox, something that is contrary to what we would expect. Yes, our country has the money, knowledge, and people with experience but cannot make the necessary healthcare available to all. Yes, now we'll see or we'll look at the some of the reasons for this. Now, here is the one small story of Hakim Sheikh. Hakim Sheikh was a member of Pashim Panga Khet Mazdur Samiti (PBKMS), an organization of agricultural laborers in West Bengal. On evening in 1992, he accidentally fell off a running train and suffered head injuries. He was in a very serious condition and needed immediate treatment. Now, he was taken to a government hospital in Calcutta, but they refused to admit him because they did not have a spare bed. Another hospital did not have the facility or the specialized doctors necessary for his treatment. In this way, he spent 14 hours in a critical state and was taken to 8 different government hospitals, but none of them admitted him. Finally, he was admitted in a private hospital where he received treatment. He spent a lot of money on his treatment, angry and upset over the indifferent attitude of all hospitals that refused to admit him, Hakim Sheikh and PBKMS filed a case in the court. Yes, see the situation of healthcare in India, and in this picture we can see the patients standing in the queues for the taking treatments. Now you can read this story later on. Now public healthcare services, public and private healthcare services. Now we'll see from the above, yes, you can read the story later on. Now we'll discuss public and private healthcare services. Yes, that we can roughly divide various healthcare facilities into two categories. One is public health services and private health facilities. Yes, the public health service is a chain of health centers and hospitals run by the government, and they are linked together so that they cover both rural and urban areas and can also provide treatment to all kinds of problems. Yes, from common illness to special services. So, at the village level, there are health centers where there is usually a nurse and a village health worker. So they are trained in dealing with common illness and work under the supervision of doctors at the primary health center PHC. Now, such a center covers many villages in rural area. At the district level is the district hospital that also supervises all the health centers. Now, large cities have many government hospitals, such as one where the character discussed in the story was taken, and also specialized government hospitals, such as one we have seen in Hakim Sheikh's story. Now, the health service is called public for many reasons in order to fulfill its commitment of providing healthcare to all citizens? Yes. And the government has established these hospitals and health centers. Also, the resources needed to run these services are obtained from the money that we, the public, pay to the government as taxes. Hence, such facilities are meant for everyone. One of the most important aspects of the public health system is that it is meant to provide quality health care services either free or at low cost so that even the poor can seek treatment. And another important function of public health is to take action to prevent the spread of diseases such as TB, malaria, jaundice, cholera. Now, we'll see why pay taxes to the government. Yes, government uses tax money for providing many public services for the benefit of all citizens. Yes, government uses tax money for providing many public services for the benefit of all citizens. Some services such as defense, police, judicial system, highways, etc. benefits all citizens. Otherwise, the citizens cannot organize these services for themselves. Yes, taxes fund developmental programs and services such as education, healthcare, employment, social welfare, vocational training, etc. required for needy citizens. So, tax money is utilized for relief and rehabilitation in case of natural disasters such as floods, earthquakes, tsunamis, etc. Space's nuclear and missiles programs are also funded from the revenues collected as taxes. Yes, government provides some services especially for the poor who cannot afford to purchase them from the market one. Example is healthcare. Can you give other example? Yes. So these are the questionnaire asked in the this this issue related with the public health service. Now just remember public and private healthcare services. So there are roughly divide up various healthcare facilities into two categories: public health services and private health service facilities. Now diarrhea, chikungunya, etc. This has to be organized by the government with the participation of people. Otherwise, it is not effective. For example, when taking up a campaign to see the mosquitoes do not breed in water coolers, rooftops, etc., this has to be done for all houses in the area. Yes, recall the case of Hakim Sheikh. Yes, as we have studied that case, now we'll see what the court said in this case. So, according to our constitution, it is primary duty of the government to ensure the welfare of the people and provide healthcare facilities to all. Now, the government must safeguard the right to life for every person. The court said that the difficulty that Hakim Sheikh had to face could have cost him his life. If a hospital cannot provide timely medical treatment to a person, it means that this protection of life is not being given. Yes. So the court also said that it was the duty of the government to provide necessary health services, including treatment in emergency situations. Hospitals, medical staff must fulfill their duty of providing necessary treatment. Hakim Sheikh was denied treatment at various government hospitals. Therefore, the court asked the state government to give him the money that he had spent on his treatment. Yes. Now, private health facilities. Yes, after this, we'll see private health facilities. There is a wide range of private health facilities that exist in our country. A large number of doctors run their own private clinics. In the rural areas, one finds registered medical practitioners, RMPs. Urban areas have a large number of doctors, many of them providing specialized services. So, there are hospitals and nursing homes that are privately owned, and there are many laboratories that do tests and offer special facilities such as X-ray, ultrasound, etc. So there are also shops from where we buy medicines. Yes, yes. Now, yes, friends. Now we'll see. As the name suggests, private health facilities are not owned or controlled by the government, unlike the public health services. Yes, in private facilities, patients have to pay a lot of money for every service that they use. Now, today, the presence of private facilities can be seen all around. In fact, now there are large companies that run hospitals and some are engaged in manufacturing and selling medicines. Medical shops are found in every corner of the country. Now, healthcare and equality. Yes, is adequate healthcare available to all? Now, before that, just will have seen the Medical Council of India's Code of Medical Ethics states every physician should, as far as possible, prescribe drugs with generic names, and he shall ensure that there is rational prescription and use of drugs. Yes, in India, we face a situation where private services are increasing, but public services are not. Now, what is the available to people are mainly private services. So these are concentrated in urban areas. The cost of these services is rather high. Medicines are expensive. Many people cannot afford them or have to borrow money when there is an illness in the family. Now, some private services encourage incorrect practices to earn more. At, at times, expensive alternatives, though available, may not be used. For example, some medical practitioners are found to prescribe superfluous medicines, injections, and saline when simple medication may suffice. Yes, yes, in fact, barely 20% of the population can afford all medicines that they required during an illness. Hence, even those whom one might not think as being poor, medical expenses cause hardship. It was reported in a study that 40% of people who are admitted to a hospital for some illness or injury had to borrow money or sell some of their possessions to pay for the expenses. Yes, yes, friends. Now, in these two pages, we have covered the situation of healthcare in our country, like public and private. Here is the Jan Aushadhi medical stores, Dam Kam Dawai Uttam. So, Jan Aushadhi medical stores is a chain of medical stores initiated by the central government to offer quality generic medicines at much lower prices. Yes, as a consumer, you want branded medicines at higher prices or same generic medicines at lesser prices. Yes, the government, central government is initiated program Jan Aushadhi medical stores. Yes. Now, yes, see the pictorial image. In rural areas, jeep is often used to serve as a mobile clinic for patients. Yes, and the second picture, the pregnant lady has to travel many kilometers to see a qualified doctor. Yes, so for those who are poor, every illness in the family is a cause of great anxiety and distress. So, what is worse is that this situation tends to happen again and again. So, those who are poor are in the first place undernourished, and these families are not eating as much as they should. Now, they are not provided basic necessities like drinking water, adequate housing, clean surroundings, etc. So, therefore, are more likely to fall ill. The expenses on illness make their situation even worse. So, sometimes it is not only lack of money that prevents people from getting proper medical treatment. Women, for example, are not taken to a doctor in a prompt manner. So, women's health concerns are considerable to be less important than the health of men in the family. Yes, many tribal areas have few health centers and they do not run properly. Yes, even private health services are not available. Now, what can be done? Before that, goal 3 of Sustainable Development Goal SDG is good health and well-being. Yes, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Yes, this is pictorial image is spreading awareness of good health and well-being. Now, what can be done in this concern? Now, there is little doubt that the health situation of most people in our country is not good. It is the responsibility of the government to provide qualified healthcare services to all its citizens, especially the poor and the disadvantaged. Now, however, health is as much dependent on basic amenities and social conditions of the people as it is on healthcare services. Yes, hence it is important to work on both in order to improve the health situation of our people. And this can be done. Yes, we have already went through this image. Now, this is the role of the government in health. We are studying this chapter. Now, the Kerala experience and the Costa Rican approach. Yes. Now, the Kerala experience. In 1996, the Kerala government made some major changes in the state. 40% of the entire state budget. Yes, friends. In 1996, the Kerala government made some major changes in the state. 40% of the entire state budget was given to panchayats. They could plan and provide for their requirements. So this made it possible for a village to make sure that proper planning was done for water, food, women's development and education. Yes, this meant that water supply schemes were checked, the working of schools and Anganwadis was ensured, and specific problems of the village were taken up. Health centers were also improved, and all of this helped to improve the situation. So despite these efforts, however, some problems such as shortage of medicines, insufficient hospital beds, not enough doctors remained, and this needed to be addressed. Yes. So for further details, you can visit the government website mentioned in this page. Yes. Now let us look at an example of another country and its approach to issues of health. The Costa Rican approach. The Costa Rica is considered to be one of the healthiest countries in Central America. Yes, the main reason for this can be found in the Costa Rican constitution. Several years ago, Costa Rica took a very important decision and decided not to have an army. This helped the Costa Rican government to spend the money that the army would have used on health, education, and other basic needs of the people. Yes, so the Costa Rican government believes that a country has to be healthy for its development and pays a lot of attention to the health of its people. So, the Costa Rican government provides basic services and amenities to all Costa Ricans. Yes, for example, it provides safe drinking water, sanitation, nutrition, and housing. Health education is also considered very important, and knowledge about health is an essential part of education at all levels. Yes, so it provides safe drinking water, sanitation, nutrition, and housing. Along with that, health education is also considered very important, and knowledge about health is an essential part of education at all levels. Yes. Now we'll see sixth goal of SDG, that is Sustainable Development Goal, clean water and sanitizer. Yes. So ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitization for all. Sixth goal of Sustainable Development Program or Sustainable Development Goal. Yes. Yes, friends. So, in this chapter, we have started role of the government in health. So, we covered what is health, then healthcare in India. Then we have studied two columns respectively. Then public health centers run in the rural area. Then we have covered the story of Hakim Sheikh, that is related with the accident in the train now. Then we have studied public and private health care services. Yes, the public health services and private health facilities. Then healthcare and equality and adequate healthcare available to all. Yes, then we have studied what we can be done or what can be done in this, the improvement of health facilities. Then we have studied the Kerala experience and the Costa Rican approach towards the basic needs of the citizens. Yes. Now, in this chapter, next chapter, we'll see how the state government works. Yes. Yes, friends. Now we'll see how the state governments works. Yes. Now we'll see. Yes, in previous NCERT we have discussed that government works. Yes, local, state, and national levels. There are three levels of government we have studied. Then work of local government in some detail. Now in this chapter we'll study how the state government works. Yes. Yes, how the state government works. Like in the previous, yes, now the state, we have studied about the three levels of the government, that is local, state and international, local, state and national, and looked at the work of local government in some details. Now we'll see the work of the government at the state level. Yes. So who is MLA? Yes. Anyone? Yes, guys. So after the story, you can read the story related with this later on. Now, yes, like in this story, they have talked about collector, official names, collector, medical officer. But have you heard of an MLA and the Legislative Assembly? Yes. So now we'll see members of the Legislative Assembly, MLAs, are elected by the people, and they then become members of Legislative Assembly. Yes, members of the Legislative Assembly are elected by the people, and they then become members of the Legislative Assembly and also form the government. In this way, we say that the MLAs represent people. The example below will help us understand this. Now, yes, every state in India has a legislative assembly. Each state is divided into different areas or constituencies. For example, look at the map below. It shows that the state of Himachal Pradesh is divided into 68 assembly constituencies. Yes, we'll see that. Now, from each constituency, the people elect one representative who then becomes a member of the Legislative Assembly, MLA, and you would have noticed that people stand for elections in the name of different parties. The MLAs therefore belong to different political parties. Yes, how do we people who are MLA become ministers or chief ministers? Yes, a political party whose MLA have won more than half of the number of constituencies in a state can be said to be in majority. Yes. Now, a political party whose MLAs have won more than half the number of constituencies in a state can be said to be in majority. Yes. Now, yes, friends. So, MLA become ministers or chief minister. Yes. Just give me a moment. Like MLAs have a political party whose MLAs have won more than half of the number of constituencies in a state can be said to be in majority. The political party that has the majority is called ruling party and all other members are called the opposition. For example, the Legislative Assembly of the state of Himachal Pradesh has 68 MLA constituencies. Yes, see the pictorial representation of Himachal Pradesh. Yes, adjoining states like Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Punjab. Yes. Now we are studying what is MLA. Now, so here is the one table mentioned the results of the assembly elections in Himachal Pradesh in 2017. Now, political party and number of MLA elected. Bharatiya Janata Party 44, Indian National Congress 21, Communist Party of India 1, independents who don't belong to any party, these are 2. So this is the bifurcation of or the data of winning candidates from various parties. Now, candidates from various political parties won 2017 assembly elections and become MLA. Since the total number of MLAs in the Legislative Assembly is 68, the political party would have needed to, yes, the political parties, a political party would have needed to have more than 34 MLAs in order to gain majority. The Bharatiya Janata Party with 44 MLAs had the majority and it became the ruling party and all other MLAs become the opposition. So in this case, Indian National Congress was the major opposition party since it had the largest number of MLAs after the BJP. So among the opposition were other parties including those who had been elected as independent candidates. Yes. So after the elections, yes friend, after the elections, the MLAs belonging to the ruling party will elect their leader who will become the chief minister, and in this case BJP MLA choose Shri Jairam Thakur as their leader and he became the chief minister. Now the chief minister then select others or other people as ministers after the elections, and it is the governor of the state who appoints the chief minister and other ministers. Yes. Yes friends, we are studying NCERT page to page to understand concepts, and we have covered class 6th NCERT in last lecture, and now we will cover class 7th NCERT. Yes, and now we are studying how state government works. Yes friends. So the chief minister and other ministers, yes, governor of the state who appoints the chief minister and the other ministers. Now the chief minister and other ministers have the responsibility of running various government departments or ministries. They have separate offices. A legislative assembly is a place where all MLAs, whether from the ruling party or from the opposition, meet to discuss various things. Hence, some MLAs have dual responsibilities, one as an MLA and the other as a minister. Yes, now we will read about this further. Yes, the head of the state is the governor. He or she is the appointed by the central government to ensure that the state government works within the rules and regulations of the constitution. Yes. Now, a debate in the Legislative Assembly. Yes, friends. Yes, hello everyone. Now we'll start a debate in the Legislative Assembly. Yes. Yes. There is once again a story like a friend Sujata and many other students from their school traveled to the state capital to visit the Legislative Assembly, which was housed in an impressive building. Yes, the children were excited. After security checks, they were taken upstairs and there was a gallery from where they could see the large hall below. There were rows and rows of desks. Yes, now there is a debate of the or debate in the Legislative Assembly is sorry. Now the assembly was going to have a debate on current problem. During this time, MLA can express their opinions and ask questions related to issue and give suggestions about what should be done by the government. Those who wish to can respond to this. So the minister then replies to the questions and tries to assure the assembly that adequate steps are being taken. Now, the chief minister and other ministers have to take decision and run the government. We usually hear about them or see them in the news channels or in the papers. However, whatever decisions are being taken have to be approved by the members of the Legislative Assembly. Now, in a democracy, these members can ask questions, debate an important issue, decide where money should be spent, etc. So they have the main authority. Now, ML1 in my constituency of Akhandgaon during the last 3 weeks, there were 15 deaths because of diarrhea. I think it is the shame that this government has not been able to check the situation of a simple problem like diarrhea while proclaiming itself to be a champion of technology. I would call the attention of the minister in charge of health to take immediate measures to control the situation. Yes, now we are just studying how the debate in the Legislative Assembly is conducting right now. Second MLA, my question is why government hospitals in such a bad situation? Why is the government not appointing proper doctors and other medical staff in the district? I would also like to know how the government plans to deal with this situation. Yes. Now, after that, MLA, yes, deal with the situation which is affecting a large number of people and is also spreading. This is an epidemic. Yes. Then, MLA 3, my constituency of Tolpatti 2 has a serious shortage of water. Women travel up to 3 or 4 kilometers to collect water. How many tankers have been put into service to supply water, and how many wells and ponds have been cleaned and disinfected? Yes, after that, fourth MLA is say, I think my colleagues are excreting the problem. The government has taken steps to control the situation. So water tankers have been put into service. ORS packets are being distributed. The government is doing everything possible to help people. Now MLF 5, we have very poor facilities in our hospitals. So there are hospitals that do not have a doctor and no medical staff has been appointed. Yes. Sorry. Now, after that, yes. So, MLF 5 raised or told that we have very poor facilities in our hospitals. There are hospitals that do not have a doctor and no medical staff has been appointed for the last few years. In other hospital, the doctor has gone on a long leave. This is shame. I think the situation is going from bad to worst. Yes, T. Now, MLS 6 is top. The opposition members are unnecessarily blaming the government. The previous government did not pay any attention to sanitization. We have now taken up a drive to clean the garbage that has been lying around for years. Yes, now see the MLA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the assembly now. Now, in the earlier section, we have read about the debate in the Legislative Assembly. The members were debating the action taken or not taken by the government. This is because MLAs are together responsible for the work of the government. Yes, work of the government. In common usage, the word government refers to government departments and various ministries who head them. The overall head is the chief minister, and more correctly, this is called the executive part of the government. Yes, all the MLAs who gather together, assemble in the legislative assembly are called legislature. They are the ones who authorize and supervise their work. As we saw in the earlier section, It is from among them that the head of the executive or the chief minister is formed. Yes. Now, working of the government. Yes, the legislative assembly is not the only place where opinions are expressed about the work of the government and action is demanded. You will find newspapers, TV channels, and other organizations regularly talking about the government. In a democracy, there are various ways through which people express their views and also take action. Let us look at one such way. So soon after the discussion, in the assembly there was a press conference organized by the health minister and large number of people from different newspapers were present. The minister and some government officials were also present. The minister explained the steps the government had taken. Reporters asked many questions at this meeting and these discussions were then reported in different newspapers. The following pages, the following page has one such report. Yes, we'll see all these in details. Now, during the next week, the chief minister and the ministers for health visited Patalpuram district and they went to visit the families who had lost their relatives and also visited people in the hospitals. The government announced a compensation for the families. The chief minister also said that he thought the problem was not only on one of sanitation but also a lack of clean drinking water. He said that a high level inquiry committee will be asked to look into the needs of the district to provide sanitization facilities and would request the Minister for Public Works to take care of the needs of proper water supply in the region. Yes, as we saw above, the people in power like the chief minister and the minister have take action. They do so through various departments like public works department, the agriculture department, the health department, the education department and so on. So they also have to answer questions that are asked in the legislative assembly and convince people asking the questions that proper steps are being taken. At the same time, newspapers and the media widely discuss the issue and the government has to respond. For example, by holding the press conferences. Yes, see, the news article is in this image. Now, 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 the government can also decide to make new laws for the state regarding sanitization. Yes, the government can also decide to make a new laws for the state regarding sanitization and health facilities. For example, it may it may make it compulsory for municipal corporations to ensure that there are adequate toilets in every urban area. It may also ensure that a health worker is appointed in every village. Yes, this act of making laws on certain issues is done in the legislative assembly of each state. The various government departments then implement these laws. Yes, laws for the entire country are made in the parliament, and you will read more about the parliament next year, no, in the next class. Yes, in the next book we'll see all those things regarding parliament. Now, in a democracy, it is the people who elect their representative as members of legislative assembly, MLAs, and thus it is the people who have the main authority. Yes, the ruling party members then form the government, and some other members are appointed ministers, and these ministers are in charge of various departments of the government such as health. In the above example, whatever work is done by these departments has to approved by the members of the legislative assembly. Yes. Now, yes, now, in the next, a wallpaper project for children. Yes, yes. There is one query from student. Yes, we'll discuss this personal scheduling and all this. You can join our Telegram group or ping on Telegram. So in this video, the link is shared. Yes. Now, yes. So after this, I hope we have finished this chapter now. We'll see next. That is, topic is gender. Growing up as boys and girls. Yes. Now, growing up as boys and girls Being a boy or a girl is an important part of one's identity. The society we grow up in teaches us what kind of behavior is acceptable for girls and boys, what boys and girls can do or cannot do. We often grow up thinking that these things are exactly the same everywhere. But do all societies look at boys and girls in the same way? Is the question mark. Now, we will try and answer this question in this chapter. Yes, so this chapter will talk about gender. So, growing up as boys and girls. Yes, dear students, we are covering NCERT page by page. So, it will help you to boost up your civil services preparation. Yes, and after this series of NCRTs, means there is no need to again waste your time. After that, you can just revise what we have covered in this series. Yes, in today's lecture, we are studying NCRT of class 7. We have covered already class 6 NCRT. Now this is NCRT of class 7. Now, growing up in Samoa in 1920s. So, the Samoan Islands are part of large group of small islands in the southern part of the Pacific Ocean. In 1920s, according to research reports on Samoan society, children did not go to school. They learned many things such as how to take care of children or do household work from older children and from adults. Fishing was a very important activity on the islands. Young people therefore learned to undertake long fishing expeditions, but they learned these things at different points in their childhood. Now, as soon as babies could walk, their mothers or other adults no longer looked after them. Older children, often as young as 5 years old, took over this responsibility. Both boys and girls looked after their younger siblings, but the time a boy, about 9 years old, he joined the older boys in learning outdoor jobs like planting, fishing and planting coconuts. Girls had to continue looking after small children or do sorry errands for adults till they were teenagers. But once they became teenagers, they had much more freedom. After the age of 14 or so, girls also went on fishing trips, worked in the plantations, learned how to weave baskets. Cooking was done in special cooking houses where boys were supposed to do most of the work while girls helped with the preparations. Now, growing up male in Madhya Pradesh in the 1960s, yes, the following is adapted from the account of experience of being in a small town in Madhya Pradesh in 1960s. From class 6 onwards, boys and girls went to separate schools. The girls' school was designed very differently from the boys' school. They had central court ad where they played in total seclusion and safety from the outside world. The boys' school had no such courtyard, and our playground was just a big space attached to the school. Every evening, once school was over, the boys watched as hundreds of schoolgirls crowded the narrow streets. As these girls walked on the street, they looked to they looked so purposeful. So this was unlike the boys who used the streets as a place to stand around idling, to play, to try out tricks with their bicycles. For the girls, the street was simply a place to get straight home. And the girls always went in groups, perhaps because they also carried fears of being teased or attacked. Yes, this is the general story. We are observed in the society or number of small cities. After reading the two examples above, we realize that there are many differences. Yes, there are many different ways of growing up. Often we think that there is only one way in which children grow up. So, this is because we are most familiar with our own experiences. So, if we talk to elders in our family, we will see that their childhoods were probably very different from us. Yes. Now, we also realize that societies make clear distinctions between boys and girls. So, this begins from a long, a very long age. We are, for example, given different toys to play with. Boys are usually given cars to play with and girls dolls. So, both toys can be a lot of fun to play with. Why? Why are girls then given dolls and boys cars? Toys become a way of telling children that they will have different futures when they become men and women. If we think about it, this difference is created in the smallest and most everyday things. Yes. So, how girls must dress, what games boys should play. Sorry. Yes, how girls need to talk softly or boys need to be tough. All these are ways of telling children that they have specific roles to play when they grow up to be men and women. Later in life, this affects the subjects we can study or the careers we can choose. Now, in most societies, including our own, the roles men and women play or the work they do are not valued equally. Men and women do not have the same status. Let us look at how the difference exists in the work done by men and women. Yes, now. So we have seen sorry, growing up, we have seen a scenario growing up in Samoa in 1920s and growing up mainly Madhya Pradesh in 1960s. Now, there is one story. You can read this story later on. Then, valuing housework. Yes, valuing housework. So, there is one character. So, Hamid's family did not think that the work Jasprit did within the house was real work. So this feeling is not unique in their families across the world. The main responsibility of housework and caregiving tasks like looking after the family, especially children and elderly and sick members, lies with women. As we have seen, the work that women do within the home is not recognized as work. It is also assumed that this is something that comes so naturally to women. It therefore does not have to be paid for, and society devalues this work. Yes, yes, then we'll study lives of domestic workers. Yes, in a story of, yes, just read that story later on. Now, in the story of Hermit's mother was not the only one who did the housework. A lot of work was done by Mangla, their domestic helper. Many homes, particularly in towns and cities, employ domestic workers. Now, they do a lot of work: sweeping, cleaning, washing clothes and dishes, cooking, looking after young children or the elderly. Yes, most domestic workers are women. Sometimes even young boys or girls are employed to do this work. Now, wages are low as domestic work does not have much value. A domestic worker's day can begin as early as 5 in the morning and end as late as 12 at night. Despite the hard work they do, their employers often do not show them much respect. This is what Melanie, a domestic worker, had to say about her experience of working in Delhi. Yes, now you can read this later on the story. In fact, what we commonly term as housework actually involves many different tasks. A number of these tasks require heavy physical work. In both rural and urban areas, our women and girls have to fetch water. In rural areas, women and girls carry heavy head loads of firewood. Yes, tasks like, yes, tasks like washing clothes, cleaning, sweeping, and picking up loads require bending, lifting, and carrying. Many chores like cooking involve standing for long hours in front of hot stoves. The work women do is strenuous and physically demanding, words that we normally associate with men. Another aspect of housework and caregiving that we do not recognize is that is very time consuming. In fact, if we add up the housework and the work women do outside the home, we find that women spend much more time working than men and have much less time for leisure. Yes. Now, friends, the work women do is strenuous and physically demanding, words that we normally associated with men. Now, another aspect of housework are caregiving that we do not recognize is that is very time consuming. In fact, if we add up the housework and the work women do outside the home, we find that women spend much more time working than men and have much less time for leisure. Yes, below is some data from special study done by Central Statistical Organization of India between 1998 to 1999. Yes, like Haryana and Tamil Nadu, women paid work hours per week. In Haryana 23, in Tamil Nadu 19, women unpaid housework hours per week. In Haryana 30, Tamil Nadu 35, women total, no question. Men paid work hours per week 38 in Haryana, 40 in Tamil Nadu. Men unpaid housework hours per week 2 and 4. Yes, now women's work and equality. Yes, as we have seen, the low value attached to women's household and caregiving work is not an individual or family matter. It is part of a large system of inequality between men and women. Yes, it therefore has to be dealt with through actions not just at the level of the individual or the family, but also by the government. As we know, as we now know, equality is an important principle of our constitution. Yes, the constitution says that being male or female should not become a reason for discrimination. In reality, inequality between the sex exists. The government is therefore committed to understanding the reasons for this and taking positive steps to remedy the situation. For example, it recognizes that burden of childcare and household falls on women and girls. Yes, it's all about women's work and equality. Now, after this, we'll see. Now, yes, this naturally has an impact on whether girl can attend school. It determines whether woman can work outside the house and what kind of jobs and careers they can have. The government has set up Anganwadis or childcare centers in several villages in the country. Yes, now the government has passed laws that make it a mandatory for organizations that have more than 30 women employees to provide correct facilities. The provision of cracks helps many women to take up employment outside the home. It also makes it possible for more girls to attend schools. Yes, after that, goal fifth of Sustainable Development Goal SDG is gender equality. Achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Yes, friends. So we are studying the NCERT of 7th standard. Yes. Now, Yes, what do you think poster is trying to say? Now see this pictorial awareness of women rights. Now, yes, see the poster was created by a women's group in Bengal. Yes. Now, yes. So we have covered the growing up boys and girls. Yes, with the examples. Now, after this, we'll see women change the world. Just give me a moment. So we are studying now Unit 3, that is Women Change the World. Now, so in the previous chapter, we saw women's work in the home is not recognized as work. We also read how doing household work and taking care of family members is a full-time job, and there are no specific hours at which it begins or ends. So now in this chapter we will look at work outside the home and understand how some occupations are seen to be more suitable for men than for women. Yes, we will also learn about how women struggle for equality. Getting an education was and still is one way in which new opportunities were created for women. Yes, now, and this chapter will also briefly trace the different types of efforts made by women's movement to challenge discrimination in more recent years. Yes, then, yes, fewer opportunities, rigid exceptions that include stereotypes. And then we'll see the story of breaking stereotypes. Now, yes, friends, fewer opportunities and rigid expectations. A lot of children in Rose's mom's class. Yes, you can read the story which covered related with this topic. Now, we'll see topic directly. Fewer opportunities and rigid expectations. A lot of the children in Rosie Ma'am's class drew women as nurses and men as army officers. The reason they did this became they feel that outside the home too, women are good at only certain jobs. For example, many people believe that women make better nurses because they are more patient and gentle. This is linked to women roles within the family. Similarly, it is believed that science requires a technical mind and girls and women are not capable of dealing with technical things. Yes. Now, because So many people believe in this stereotype. Many girls do not get the same support that boys do to study and train to become doctors and engineers. In most families, once girls finish schools, they are encouraged by their families to see marriage as their main aim in life. Now, we'll see the story of breaking stereotypes. Yes, in short, now friends, engine drivers are men, but 27-year-old Lakshmi Lakra from a poor tribal family in Jharkhand has begun to change things. Yes, she is the first woman engine driver for Northern Railways. Now, Lakshmi's parents are not literate, but they struggled and overcome many hardships to make sure their children got an education. Lakshmi studied in a government school. Even in school, Lakshmi helped with the housework and did odd jobs. She studied hard and did well and then went on to get diploma in electronics. So she then took the railway board exam and passed it on her first attempt. Yes, so Lakshmi says, I love challenges, and the moment somebody says it is not for girls, I make sure I go ahead and do it. Lakshmi has had to do this several times in her life. When sorry, when she wanted to take electronics, when she rode motorcycles at the Polytechnic, and when she decided to become an engine driver. Yes, her philosophy is simple. As long as I am having fun without harming anyone, as long as I am doing well and helping my parents, why should I not lead a lifestyle of my choice? Yes, now this is the story of breaking stereotypes. Now, now we'll see. It is important to understand that we live in a society in which all children face pressures from the world around them. Sometimes these come in the form of demands from adults, and other times they can just be because of unfair teasing by our own friends. Boys are pressurized to think about getting a job that will pay a good salary, and they are also teased and bullied if they do not behave like other boys. Yes, as we have studied one story in class 6 book, that how boys at an early age are encouraged not to cry in front of others. Yes, we have covered this topic in previous NCERT. Now, you can read this story later on. Now we'll moving towards next topic, like learning for change. Yes, going to school is extremely important part of your life. As more and more children enter school, yes, as more and more children enter school every year, we begin to think that it is normal for all children to go to school. Today, it is difficult for us to imagine that school and learning could be seen as out of bounds or not appropriate for some children. But in the past, the skill of reading and writing was known to only a few. Most children learn the work their families or elders did. For girls, the situation was worse. In communities that taught us to read and write, daughters were not allowed to learn the alphabet. Even in families where skills like pottery, weaving, and craft were taught, the contribution of daughters and women was also seen as supportive. For example, in the pottery trade, women collected the mud and prepared the earth for the pots. But since they did not operate the wheel, they were not seen as potters. Yes. So, in the 19th century, many new ideas about education and learning emerged. So, schools became more common, and communities that had never learned reading and writing started sending their children to school. But there was a lot of opposition to educating girls even then. Yet, many women and men made efforts to open schools for girls. Women struggled to learn to read and write. Yes, now then, in this picture, you can see Ramabai, 1858 to 1922, shown above with her daughter, championed the cause of women's education. She never went to school but learned to read and write from her parents. Yes, she was given the little Pandita. Yes, she was given the title Pandita because she could read and write Sanskrit. Yes, a remarkable achievement as women then were not allowed such knowledge. She went on set up a mission in Khetgaon near Pune in 1990 correction in 1898 where widows and poor women were encouraged not only to become literate but to be independent. They were taught a variety of skills from carpentry to running a printing press, skills that are not usually taught to girls even today. The printing press can be seen in the picture on the top of left corner. Ramabai's mission is still active today. Yes. Now see these examples. Yes. Let us read about the experience of Rajsundari Devi, who was born in West Bengal some 200 years ago. At the age of 60, she wrote her autobiography in Bangla. Her book titled Amar Jeeban is the first known autobiography written by an Indian woman. So, Rajsundari Devi was housewife from a rich landlord family. At time, it was believed that if woman learned to read and write, she would bring bad luck to her husband and become a widow. Despite this, she taught herself how to read and write in secret well after her marriage. Yes, so you can read another story of Rukia Sakhawat Hussain and her dreams about Ladyland. Yes, you can read the story later on. So I would start working the dawn and I would still be at it, at it until well beyond midnight. I had no rest in between. I was only 14 years old at a time. I came to nurture a great longing. Longing. I would learn to read and I would read religious manuscript. Yes, unluckily in those days, women were not educated. Later, I began to resent my own thoughts. What is wrong with me? Yes, this is the story. Remaining story you can read later on. Yes, Yes, after learning the alphabet, Rajsundari Devi was able to read the Chaitanya Bhagavad through her own writing. She also gave the world an opportunity to read about women's lives in those days. So, Rajsundari Devi wrote about her everyday life experiences in details. So, there were days when she did not have a moment's reset, no time to even to sit down and eat. Yes. Now, after that, schooling and education today. Yes, yes. Now, we'll see schooling and education today. Today, both boys and girls attend school in large numbers, yet as well, we will see there is still remain differences between the education of boys and girls. Yes, India has a census every 10 years which counts the whole population of the country. It also gathers detailed information about the people living in India, their age, schooling, what work they do, and so on. So, we use this information to measure many things like the number of literate people, and the ratio of men and women. According to the 1961 census, about 40% of all boys and men were literate. Yes, compared to just 15% of all girls and women. So in fact, most recent census 2011, these figures have grown to 82% for boys and men and 65% for girls and women. So this means that is the proportion of both men and women who are now able to read and have at, at least some amount of schooling has increased. Yes, but as we can also see, the percentage of the male group is still higher than the female group. The gap has not gone away. Yes. Now, here is a table that shows the percentage of girls and boys who leave schools from different social groups, including SCs and STs. Yes. Now, yes, hello everyone. Now we are covering class 7 NCERT. Now, you have probably noticed in the above table that SC/ST girls leave school at a rate that is higher than the category all girls. Yes, this means the girls who are from SC and ST backgrounds are less likely to remain in school. Yes, the 2011 census also found that Muslim girls are less likely than SC/ST girls to complete primary school, while a Muslim girl is likely to stay in school for around 3 years and girls from other communities spend around 4 years in school. Right, there are several reasons why children from Dalit, Adivasi and Muslim communities leave school. Yes, they're dropping from school. Like in many parts of the country, especially rural and poor areas, there may not even proper schools nor teachers who teach on regular basis. Yes, and it's not close to people's homes. and there is no transport like buses or vans, parents may not be willing to send their girls to school. Many families are too poor and unable to bear the cost of educating all their children. Boys may get preference in this situation. Many children also leave school because they are discriminated against by their teacher and classmates. Yes, do you remember we have read the story of Om Prakash Valmiki, right? Now, see the symbol of Beti Bachao. Then, women's movement. Yes, now we'll see. Women and girls now have the right to study and go to school. There are other spheres like legal reform, violence, and health, where the situation of women and girls has improved. So, these challenges have not happened automatically. Women individually and collectively have struggled to bring about these changes. So, this struggle is known as the women's movement. Individual women and women's organizations from different parts of the country are part of the movement. Now, many men support the women's movement as well. The diversity, passion, and efforts of those involved makes it a very vibrant movement. Yes, different strategies have been used to spread awareness, fight discrimination, and seek justice. Here are some glimpses of this struggle. Yes, women's movement. Yes, campaigns to fight discrimination and violence against women are an important part of the women's movement. Yes, campaigns have also led a new yes, campaigns have also led a new laws being passed. A law was made in 2006 to give women who face physical and mental violence within their homes, also called domestic violence, some legal protection. Now, similarly, efforts made by the women's movement led the Supreme Court to formulate guidelines in 1997. Yes, to protect women against sexual harassment at the workplace and within educational institutions. Yes. Now, in 1980s, for example, women's groups across the country spoke out against dowry deaths, case of young brides being murdered by their in-laws or husbands greedy for more dowry. Women's groups spoke out against failure to bring these cases to justice. So they did so by coming on to the streets, approaching the courts, and by sharing information. Eventually, this became a public issue in the newspaper and society, and the dowry laws were changed to punish families who seek dowry. Now, see in this picture, the Satyarani, an active member of the women's movement, sitting on the steps of the Supreme Court, surrounded by legal fights gathered during the course of a long legal battle to seek justice for her daughter who was murdered for dowry. Yes. Now, there are raising awareness, protecting from violences, protecting violations. Protesting violations. Yes, raising awareness. An important part of women's movement work is raise public awareness on women's rights issues. Their messages, a message has been spread through the street plays, songs, and public meetings. Now, protesting. The women's movement raises its voice when violations against women take place, or for example when a law or policy acts against their interests. Public rallies and demonstrations are a very powerful way of drawing attention to injustices, then showing solidarity. Yes, the women's movement is also about showing solidarity with other women and causes. Yes, friends, here just remember we can write down some topics in our essay as well, like woman empowerment. Yes, yes, now we have covered women change the world chapter as well. Now we'll see next unit. So media. Yes, now understanding media. Yes, friends. So what is your favorite TV program? What do you like to listen to on the radio? Which newspaper or magazine do you usually read? Do you surf the internet? And what have you found most useful about it? Did you know that there is one word that is often used to collectively refer the radio, the TV, newspaper, internet, and several other forms of communication? This word is media. Yes, now in this chapter, we'll read about more about the media. Yes, just have a look at the collage. Yes, media. Now, media and technology. Yes, everything ranging from the stall at the local fair to program that you see on TV can be called media. Yes, media is plural form of the word medium. Yes, it describes the various ways through which we communicate in society, because media refers to all means of communication. Everything ranging from a phone call to the evening news on TV can be called media. TV, radio, newspapers are form of media that reaches millions of people or the masses across the country and the world, and thus they are called mass media. Yes, now we'll see media and technology. It would probably be difficult for you imagine your life without the media, but cable television and the widespread use of the internet is a recent phenomenon, and these have been around for less than 20 years. So the technology that mass media uses keep changing. Yes, newspapers, television, and radio can reach millions of people because they use certain technologies. We also tend to discuss newspapers and magazines as the print media, the TV and radio as the electronic media. Yes, why do we think newspaper are called print media. Yes, as we read further, we will find that this meaning is related to the different technologies that these medias use. These media use. The following photographs will give you a scene of the ways in which technology that mass media uses has changed over the years and continues to change. Yes, so changing technology or machines and making technology more modern helps media to reach more people. It also improves the quality of sound and the images that we see. Yes, but technology does more than this. It is also changes the ways in which we think about our lives. For example, today it is quite difficult for us to think our lives without television. Television has enabled us to think ourselves as member of a larger global world, and television travel huge huge distances through satellites and cables. Yes, this allows us to review news and entertainment channels from other parts of the world. Yes, this is the, we can say, most appropriate use of technology. Now, most of the cartoons that you see on television are mostly from Japan or the United States. We can now be sitting in Chennai or Jammu and can see images of a storm that has hit the coast of Florida in the United States. So, television has brought the world closer to us. Yes. Now, media and money. Yes, the different technologies that mass media use are expensive. Just think about the TV studio in which the newspaper newsreader sits. It has lights, cameras, sound, recorders, transmission, satellite, etc. All of which cost a lot of money. Yes, in a news studio, it is not only the newsreader who needs to be paid, but also number of other people who help put the broadcast together. So this includes those who look after the cameras and lights. As you read earlier, the technologies that mass media use keep changing, and so a lot of money is spent on getting the latest technology. Yes, due to these costs, the mass media needs a great deal of money to do its work. Yes, as a result, most television channels and newspapers are part of big business houses. Yes, mass media is constantly thinking of ways to make money. One way in which the mass media earns money is by advertising different things like cars, chocolates, clothes, mobile phones, etc. You must have noticed that, yes, you have must notice that the number of advertisements that you have to see while watching your favorite television show, while watching a cricket match on TV, the same advertisement are shown repeatedly between each over, and so you are often watching the same image over and over again. As you will read in the following chapter, advertisements are repeated in the hope that you will go out and buy what is advertised. Yes, so the media and money we have covered. Then media and democracy. Yes, Yes. Now, in a democracy, the media plays a very important role in providing news and discussing events taking place in country and the world. Yes, it is on the basis of this information the citizens can, for example, learn how government works, and often if they wish to, they can take action on the basis of these news stories. Some of the ways in which they can do this by writing letters to concerned ministers, organizing a public protest, starting a signature campaign asking the government to rethink its programs. Yes, now the role that the media plays in providing information, it is important that the information be balanced. Let us understand what we mean by a balanced media report by regarding two versions of same news event given in the next page. So you can read this difference as per your convenience. Just have a look. Yes. Now, yes, you can read the story later on. The fact is that if you had read either newspaper, you would only know one side of the story. And if you had read news of India, you would mostly like think of the protesters as a nuisance. Yes, they're disrupting traffic and continually polluting the city with their factories, leaves you with a bad impression about them. Yes, but on the other hand, if you had read the story in the Indian Daily, you would know that the protests are because a lot of livelihood will be lost if the factories close, because the relocation efforts have not been adequate. Neither of these stories is balanced report. A balanced report is one that discusses all points of view of particular story and then leaves it to the readers to make make up their minds. Yes, now writing a balanced report, however, depends on the media being independent. And independent media means that no one should control and influence its coverage of news, and no one should tell the media, no one should tell the media what can be included and what should not be included in news story. Yes, an independent media is important in democracy. As we read above, it is one of the basis of information that the media provides that we take action as citizens. Yes, so it is important that this information is reliable and not biased. Yes, friends. Now, however, the reality is that media is far from independent. So, this is mainly because of two reasons. The first is control that the government has on the media. When the government prevents either news either a news item or scene from a movie or lyrics of song from being shared with the larger public, this referred as to censorship. So there have been periods in India or periods in India or Indian history when the government censored the media. The worst of this was the emergency between 1975 to 77. Yes, then you can read this box. Yes. Now, why the government does continue to censor films, it does not really censor the media's coverage of news. Yes. So beside this above, the media also tends to focus on particular aspect of a story because they believe this makes the story interesting, and also if they want to increase public support for an issue, they often do this by focusing on one side of a story. Then setting agendas. The media also plays an important role in deciding what stories to focus on. Yes, so the media drew our attention to alarming levels of pesticides in cola drinks. They published reports that indicated that high level of pesticides, and this made us aware of the need to regularly monitor these colas according to international quality and safety standards. Yes, now, yes, this despite the government's resistance by boldly declaring that colas were unsafe. So, it covering this story, the media positively helped us focus on an issue that affect our lives, that what can we might not even have been aware, and it had it not been for media reporting. Yes, now there are several instances when the media fails to focus on issues that significant in our lives. Yes. Now a well-known Indian journalist wrote how the fashion week, and in which clothes designers show their new creations to reach people, formed the front page headlines of all the newspapers, while several slums were being demolished in Mumbai the very same week, and this was not even noticed. Yes, as a citizen of a democracy, the media has a very important role to play in our lives because it is through the media that we hear about issues related to the working of the government. Now, here is the local media. Yes, so reorganizing that the media will not be interested in covering small issues that involve ordinary people and their daily lives. People, local groups have come forward to start their own media. Several people use community radio to tell farmers about the prices of different crops and advise them on the use of seeds and fertilizers. Yes, others make documentary films with fairly cheap and easily available video cameras on real life conditions faced by different poor communities, and at times have given have if, even given the poor these video cameras to make films on their own life. Yes, you can read the story later on as well. Now, Yes, the media decide what to focus, and in this way it sets the agenda. The government can at a time prevent the media from publishing a story, and this is called censorship. Nowadays, media's close relationship with business often means that a balanced report is difficult to come by. So, given this, it is important for us to be aware that the factual information that a news report provides is often not complete and can be one sided. So, we therefore need to analyze the news by asking the following questions. What is the information I am learning from this report? What information is not being provided, and from whose point of view is the article being written, and whose point of view is being left out, and why. Yes, we should think scientifically with the all aspects of this media. Now, here are the pictures showing social advertising, that is social advertisements, refer to advertisements made by the government or private agencies that have a larger message for society. The following is social advertisement regarding crossing of manned unmanned level crossings. Yes. Now, next unit 5. Now we'll see markets. Yes, friends. Markets around us. We got the market to buy many things: vegetables, soap, toothpaste, masala, bread, rice, dal, clothes, notebooks, biscuits, etc. If we make a list of goods that we purchase, it would be really long, and there are many kinds of markets that we may visit for our everyday needs. Yes, now see the picture. Yes, this is the market of different types. Now, weekly market. Yes, a weekly market. Weekly market is so called because it is held on a specific day of the week. So weekly markets do not have permanent shops. Traders set up shops for the day and then close them up in the evening, and then they set up a different place for next day. So there are thousands of such markets in India. People come here for their everyday requirement. Yes. Then shops in neighborhood. Now we have seen that the weekly market offer a variety of goods. However, we also buy things from other kinds of market. So there are many shops that sell goods and services. Yes, in our neighborhoods. So we may buy milk from the dairy, groceries from the departmental stores, stationery, eatables, or medicines from. And medicines from shops. So many of these are permanent shops, while others are roadside stalls, such as of the vegetable hawker, the fruit vendor, and mechanic, etc. Yes. So shops in neighborhood are useful in many ways. They are near our home and we can go there on any day of the week. Yes, usually a buyer and a seller know each other, and these shops, yes, these shops also provide goods on credit. This means that you can pay for the purchase later, as we saw. Yes, as we have studied in one of the case, right? Now you can read this story later on, Sujata and Kavita. Yes. Then shopping complexes and malls. Yes, we might have noticed that there are different kinds of sellers even in the neighborhood markets. Some of them have permanent shops and others sell their goods on the roadside. Yes, we have covered. Then you can read the story. Ansel Mall is 5-floor shopping complex. Later on. Now, shopping complexes and malls. So far, we have seen two kinds of marketplaces, weekly markets and markets in our neighborhood. Yes, there are other markets in the urban area that have many shops, popularly called shopping complexes, and these days in many urban areas also have large multi-story conditioned buildings with shops of different floors known as malls. So in these urban markets, you get both branded and non-branded goods, as you have read in the chapter on advertising. Yes. Now, chain of markets. Yes. Now, branded goods and expensive, often promoted by advertising and claims of better quality. The companies producing these products sell them through shops in large urban markets at times through special showrooms as compared to non-branded goods. Yes, few people can afford to buy branded ones. Yes, after that we'll see chain markets. Yes, friends, we are covering NCERTs page by page, and we have covered 6th NCERT in part 1, and now we are covering 7th standard NCERT. Yes, chain of markets. In other previous sections, we have read about different markets from where we buy goods. Now, from where do you think shop owners procure their goods? Goods are produced in factories, on farms, and in homes. However, we don't buy directly from the factory, from the farm, nor would the product producers be interested in selling as small quantities such as 1 kilo and vegetables or one plastic mug. Now, the people between the producer and the final consumer are the traders. The wholesale traders first buys goods in large quantities. For example, the vegetable wholesale trader will not buy a few kilos of vegetable but will buy large lots of 25 to 500 kilos. Yes. Now we can understand this with the help of following examples. Yes, in this map you can see map of Delhi shows 4 of the 10 wholesale markets in the city. Now every city has areas for wholesale markets, and this is where goods first reach and are then supplied to other traders. The roadside hawkers whom you read about earlier would have purchased a large quantity of plastic items from the wholesale traders in the town. Yes, now wholesale traders would have bought a large quantity of plastic items from the factory and sorted them in godown. Yes, now, yes, a chain of market is a setup. When we purchase, we may not be aware the chain of markets through which these goods travel before they reach us. Then you can read the story of Tam, the wholesaler in the city. Then markets everywhere. So far, we have seen different marketplaces where people buy the sell of variety goods and services. All these markets are in a specific locality and work in particular manner and time. However, it is not always necessary that one has to go to the market to purchase goods. You can place order for variety of things through the phone and these days through the internet. Yes, and the goods are delivered at your home. In clinics and nursing homes, you may have noticed sales representative waiting for doctors. Such persons are also engaged in selling of goods. Thus, buying and selling takes place in different ways, not necessarily through shops in the market. The markets that we looked at above are the ones that we recognize easily. Yes, however, there are markets that we may not be so aware. This is because a large number of goods are bought and sold that we don't use directly. Yes. So the image is talking about people in urban areas can enter market without stepping out their homes via the internet and they use their credit cards to make online purchases. Now, markets and equality. Yes. Now, in this chapter, we have looked at shop owners in a weekly market and those in shopping complex. They are very different people. One is a small trader with little money to run the shop, whereas the other is able to spend a lot of money to set up the shop. So they also earn unequal amounts. The weekly market trader earns little compared to the profit of a regular shop owner in a shopping complex. Yes, similarly, buyers are differently placed. There are many who are not able to afford the cheapest of goods while others are busy shopping in malls. Yes, thus, whether we can be buyers or sellers in these different markets depends among other things on the money that we have. Yes, we have also examined the chain of markets that is formed before goods can reach us. Yes, so it is true this chain that what production in one place reaches people everywhere. Yes, when things are sold, it encourages encourages production and new opportunities are created for people to earn. However, do their offer equal opportunities? We try to understand this through the story of the shirt in the next chapter. Yes. Now see the image. Yes, malls like the one above sell expensive and branded goods. Now, goal 12 of Sustainable Development Goal SDG program, responsible consumption and production. Ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. Now, yes, now in the next chapter, we'll see a shirt in the market. The chapter tells a story of a shirt. It begins with a production of cotton and ends with the sale of the shirt. Yes. So, here is the story of a small farmer in Kurnool, Andhra Pradesh, grows cotton on her small piece of land. The balls of the cotton plant are ripe and some have already burst. So, Swapna is busy picking cotton and the balls which carry the cotton in them do not burst open all at once, so it is takes several days to harvest the cotton. Yes. Now, cultivation of cotton. You can read this story later on. So the cultivation of cotton requires high level of inputs such as fertilizers, pesticides, and farmers have to incur heavy expenses account of this. So most often the small farmers need to borrow money to meet their these expenses. Yes, at the trader's yard, two of his main weight bags of cotton. Now you can read the story later on. Here, just have a look at this picture. Trader sells the cotton at the Kurnool cotton market. Second, ginning mill buys the cotton. Third, ginning mill removes the seed and presses the cotton into bales. Fourth, spinning mills buys the bales. After ginning, spinning mills buy the bales. Fifth, spinning mills spins the cotton into yarn and spinning mills sell the yarn to yarn dealers. Yes, this is the process of cotton selling. Now, this is the story you can read later on. The cloth market of Erode. Yes, Erode's bi-weekly cloth market in Tamil Nadu is one of the largest cloth market in the world. Yes, a large variety of cloth is sold in the market. Cloth that is made by weavers in the villages around is also brought here for sale. Around the market are offices of cloth merchants who buy this cloth. Other traders from many South Indian towns also come and purchase the cloth in this market. Yes, friends. Now, on the market days, yes. Now, on the market days, you would also find weavers bringing cloth that has been made on order from the merchant, and these merchants supply cloth on order to garment manufacturers. Now, and exporters, manufacturers and exporters around the country, yes, the purchase the yarn and give instructions to the weavers about the kind of cloth that is to be made. Yes, now we'll see the example. Yes, putting out system weaver, producing cloth at home. Yes. Now, the merchant distributes work among the weavers based on the orders he has received for cloth. Now, the weavers get the yarn from the merchant and supply him the cloth. So, for the weavers, the arrangement seemingly has two disadvantages, that the weavers do not have spent their money on purchase of yarn, and also the problem of selling the finished cloth is taken care of, right? So weavers known from the outset what cloth they should make and how much of it is to be woven. Yes, however, dependence on the merchants both for raw material and markets means that the merchants have a lot of power. They give orders for what is to be made and they pay a very low price for making the cloth. Yes, the weavers have no way of weavers have the no way of knowing who they are making the cloth for or at what price it will be sold at the cloth market. The merchants sell the cloth to the garment factories in this way, and the market works more in favor of the merchants. Yes, weaver invest all their savings to borrow money at high interest rates to buy looms, and each loom costs 20,000. So small weaver with two looms has to invest 40,000. Yes, the work on these looms cannot be done alone. The weaver and another adult member of his family work up to 12 hours a day to produce cloth. For all this work, they earn about 3,500 per month. Now, the arrangement between the merchant and the weavers is an example of putting out system whereby the merchant supplies the raw material and receives the finished product. So it is prevalent in the weaving industry in the most regions. Yes, now you can read weavers cooperative as per your convenience. Yes. Now, garment exporting factory near Delhi. Yes, women workers serving sewing buttons in a garment factory. Yes, now the Arab merchant supplies the cotton cloth produced by the weavers to garment exporting factory near Delhi. Yes, the garment exporting factory will use the cloth to make shirts, and the shirts will be exported to foreign buyers. Yes, among the foreign buyers are business persons from the US and Europe who run a chain of stores. So these large stores do business strictly on their own terms, and they demand the lowest prices from the supplier. Yes, in addition, they set high standards for quality of production and timely delivery. Yes, so any defects or delay in delivery is deal with strictly, so the exporter tries his best to meet the conditions set by these powerful buyers. So faced with such pressures from the buyers and the government, exporting factories in return try to cut costs. They get maximum work out of the workers at the lowest possible wages. This way they can maximize their own profits and also supply the garment to foreign buyers at a cheap price. Yes, now, yes. Now see, the Impex garment factory has 70 workers. Most of them are women, and most of these workers are employed on temporary basis. Yes, now see the details regarding this. So, the shirt in the United States. Yes, now a number of shirts are on display at large cloth shop in the US and are priced at $26. That is, each shirt sells at $26 or around 1,800 rupees in Indian currency. Now, yes, next, who are the gainers in the market? So, a chain of market links the producer of cotton to the buyer and the supermarket. So, buying and selling takes place at every step in the chain. Yes, let us recall who were the people who were involved in this process of buying and selling. Yes, now market and equality. Yes, the foreign business persons made huge profits in the market. So compared to this, the garment exporter made only moderate profits. On the other hand, the earnings of the workers at the garment export factory are barely enough to cover their day-to-day needs. Yes, similarly, we saw the small cotton farmer and the weaver at Erode put in long hours of hard work, but they did not get a fair price in the future market for what they produced. So the merchants or traders are somewhere in between compared to the weavers, and they have earned more, but it is still much less than the exporter. Yes. Now, other hand, the market offers people opportunities for work and to be able to sell things that they grow or produce. Yes, you have seen the point, market and equality. Now, so the on the other hand, it is usually the rich and other powerful that get the maximum earnings from the market. So these are people who have money and own the factories. Yes, the large shops, large land holdings, etc. Now, the poor have to depend on the rich and the powerful for various things, and they have to depend for loans in the case of one of the story mentioned in the chapter, that is the small farmer. Now, for raw material marketing of their goods, and most often for employment. Because of this dependence, the poor are exploited in the market, and there are ways to overcome this, such as forming cooperatives of producers and ensuring the laws are followed strictly. In the last chapter, yes, now we will read about how one such fish workers cooperative was started on the Tava River. Yes, before that, just have a look on sustainable development goal is decent work and economic growth. Goal 8 of sustainable development goal promote sustained, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment and decent work for all. Yes. Yes, now. Yes, after this, now we'll start with the next chapter, that is struggles for equality. Yes, friends. Just give me a moment. We'll start next chapter. Yes, struggle for equality. Now, yes, now see the collage already we have studied throughout this book. Yes, so we have read about people like various characters like Kanta, Ansari, Melani, and Swapna. The thread that connects all of this, all these lives, is that they have been treated unequally. Yes, what do people do when they face such inequalities? Yes, history is full of examples of persons who have come together to fight against inequality and for issues of justice. Yes, now for this you can read the all stories included in this book. Now, yes, as we have already read in this book, the Indian Constitution recognizes all Indians as equal before the law and states that no person can be discriminated against because of their religion, sex, caste, or whether they are rich or poor. So, all adults in India have the equal right to vote during elections and this part over the ballot box. Yes. Now, part over the ballot box has been used by people to elect or replace their representatives. Yes. Now, this feeling of equality that the ballot box provides because, yes, friend, the feeling of this equality that the ballot box provides because the vote of one person is as good as of another. So does not extend the most people's lives. Yes, as we have read, the increasing privatization of health services and neglect of government hospitals have made it difficult for most poor people like Kanta, Hakim Sheikh and Aman to get good quality healthcare. So these people do not have the resources of afford expensive private health services. Now, similarly, the man who sells juice does not have the resources to compare with all of the major companies who sell branded drinks through expensive advertising. Yes. Now, Swapna does not have sufficient resources to grow cotton and so has to take loan from the trader to grow her crop. Yes. This forces this forces her to sell her cotton at the lower price. Then example of Melanie, like the million of domestic workers across the country is forced to endure the insults and hardship of working as a domestic help because she has no resources to set up something on her own. Yes, poverty and the lack of resources continue to be key reason why so many people live in India are highly unequal. Yes, now just see the sustainable development goal first is no poverty. End poverty in all its forms everywhere. Yes, on the other hand, Ansaris were discriminated against not because they did not have the resources. In fact, despite having the money to pay the required rent, they were not able to find an apartment for over a month. Yes, people were reluctant to lease them an apartment because of their religion. Similarly, the main reason that the teachers forced Om Prakash Valmiki to sweep the schoolyard was because he was Dalit, and we have also read the work women do is often considered of less value than the done by the men. Yes, all these persons are discriminated against primarily because of their social and cultural background as well as because they are women. Now, discrimination on the basis of person's religion, caste, sex is another significant factor for why people are treated unequally in India. Yes. Now, often poverty and lack of dignity and respect for certain communities and groups come together in such powerful ways that it is difficult to identify whether one aspect of inequality ends and the other begins. So, as we have read, Dalit, Adivasi, Muslim girls drop out of schools in large numbers. So, this is a combined outcome of poverty, social discrimination, and the lack of good quality school facilities for these communities. Yes, struggles for equality. Throughout the world, in every community, village, city, and town, will find that there are some people who are known and respected because of their fight for equality. Yes, these people may have stood up against an act of discrimination that they faced or which they witnessed, or they may be well respected because they treat all persons with dignity and are therefore, yes, trusted and called upon to resolve issues in the community. So often some of these persons become more widely recognized because they have the support or represent large numbers of the people who have united to address a particular issue of inequality. In India, there are several struggles in which people have to come together to fight for issues that they believe are important. Yes, in one of the chapter we have read about the methods by using the women's movement to raise issues of equality. Now, the Tawa Masya Sangha in Madhya Pradesh is another example of people coming together to fight for an issue. There are many such struggles, such those among beady workers, fisher folk, agriculture. Yes, before that, just see the goal 10 of Sustainable Development Goal SDG, reduced inequalities. Yes, reduce inequality within among countries. Yes. Now, there are many such as struggles such as those among beady workers, fisher folk, agriculture, agricultural laborers, slum dwellers, and each group is struggling for justice in its own way. So there are also many attempts to form cooperatives or other collective ways by which people can have more control over resources. Yes, now Tavamasya Sangha. So when dams are built or forest areas declared sanctuaries for animals, thousands of people are displaced. Yes, when dams are built on forest areas declared sanctuaries for animals, thousands of people are displaced, whole villages are uprooted, and people are forced to go and build new homes. Yes, start new lives elsewhere. Now, most of these people are poor. The urban in urban areas too, bastis in which poor people live. Yes, poor people live are often uprooted. Some of them are relocated to areas outside the city. Now, their work as well as their children's schooling is severely disrupted because of the distance of the outskirts of the city to the locations. Now, this displacement of people and communities is a problem that has become quite widespread in our country. So people usually come together to fight against this. So there are several organizations across the country fighting for the rights of the displaced. In this chapter, we will read about the Tawa Masya Sangh. So a federation of fisher workers, cooperatives, and organizing fighting for the rights of the displaced forest dwellers of the Satpura forest in Madhya Pradesh. Now, originating in the Mahadev Hills of Chindwara district, the Tawa flows through Betul before joining the Narmada in Hoshangabad. Now, the Tawa Dam began to be built in 1958 and was completed in 1978. Yes, it submerged large areas of forest and agricultural land. Now, the forest dwellers were left with nothing. Now, some of the displaced people settled around the reservoir and apart from their merge of mad farms found a livelihood in fishing. So they earned very little. Now, in 1994, the government gave the rights for fishing in Tawa Reservoir to private contractors. Now, these contractors drove the local people away and got cheap laborers from outside. Now, the contractors began to threaten the villagers who did not want to live by bringing in hoodlums. Yes, the villagers stood united and decided that it was time to set up an organization and do something to protect their rights. Yes, the newly formed Tawa Masya Sangha TMS organized rallies and Chakka Jam roadblock demanding their rights to continue fishing for their livelihood. In response to their protest, the government created committee to assess the issue. The committee recommended that fishing rights be granted to the villages for their livelihood. Now, in 1996, the Madhya Pradesh government decided to give to the people displaced by the Tawa Dam the fishing rights for the reservoir. A five-year a 5-year lease agreement was signed 2 months later on January 2nd, 1997. So people from 33 villages of Tawa started the new year with the first catch. Yes. Now, before that, just we'll have a look. A dam built across a river at sites where one can collect a lot of water. This forms a reservoir, and as the water collects, it submerges vast areas of the land. So, this is because the wall of the dam across the river is high and the water spreads over large area. Yes, this is the photo of the submerge caused by the Tehri Dam in Uttarakhand. The old Tehri town and 100 villages, some totally and some partially, were submerged by this dam. Nearly 1 lakh people were displaced. Yes, now, yes, with the TMS taking over, fish workers were able to Tawa Matsya Sangha TMS taking over, the fish workers were able to increase their earnings substantially. So this was because they set up the cooperative which would buy the catch from them at a fair price. The cooperative would then arrange to transport and sell this in markets where they would get a good price. Now, they, they have now begun to earn 3 times more than they earned earlier. Now, the TMS has also begun giving the fish workers loans for repair and the buying of new nets. Yes, by managing to earn a higher wage as well as preserving the fish in the reservoir. So the TMS has shown that when people's organizations get their rights to livelihood, they can be good managers. Yes, the TMS has shown that when people's organization get their rights to livelihood, they can be good managers. Yes. So in the pictures top, members of the TMS protesting at a rally. Yes, member of TMS protesting at a rally. And second picture is talked about a member of the cooperative wetting the fish. Yes. Now, yes, creative expression against inequality. Yes, while some join protest movements to fight inequality, others might use their pen or their voice or their ability to dance or draw attention to issues of inequality. Yes, writers, singers, dancers, and artists have also been very active in the fight against inequality. So often, poems, songs, and stories can also inspire us and make us believe strongly in an issue and influence our efforts to correct the situation. Yes, creative expression against inequality. Now, the Indian Constitution as a living document. Yes, the foundation of all movements for justice and the inspiration for all the poetry and songs on equality is the recognition that all the people are equal. As we know, the Indian Constitution recognizes the equality of all persons. Movements and struggles for equality in India continuously refer to the Indian Constitution to make their point about equality and justice for all. Yes, to make their point about equality and justice for all, the fish workers in the Tawa Matsya Sangha hope that the provisions of the Constitution will become a reality through their participation in this movement by constantly referring to the Constitution. They, they use it as a living document. That is something that has real meaning in our lives. In a democracy, there are always communities and individuals trying to expand the idea of democracy and push for a greater recognition of equality on existing as well as new issues. Yes, yes, the Indian Constitution as a living document. Then we have covered creative expressions against inequality. Now, issues of equality are central to a democracy. In this book, we have tried to highlight issues that pose a challenge to this idea of equality in a democracy. So, as we have read, included the privatization of health services in the country and the increasing control that business houses exert on the media and the low value given to women and their work and the low earnings made by small farmers who grow cotton. These issues substantially affect poor and marginalized communities and therefore concern economic and social equality in country. Yes, friends. Now, there is the core of struggle for equality in democracy, the dignity and the self-respect of each person and their community can only be realized if they have adequate resources to support and nurture their families and if they are not discriminated against. Yes, yes, here is the picture. Over 1500 persons attended public hearing in Lucknow in 2001 protest violence against women, and over 15 cases of violence against women were heard by jury of eminent women who played role of judges. So these people's jury helped highlight the lack of support in the legal system for women who seek justice in such cases. Yes, now, yes, now, this is the final lines like this is the core of the struggle for equality in democracy, the dignity and the self-respect of each person and their community can only be realized if they have adequate resources to support and nurture their families and if they are not discriminated against. Yes, yes, friends. So that's it for the NCERT of 7th standard we have covered. Now just have a recap what we have covered like. Yes, yes, we started with the equality in Indian democracy. So we have covered on equality, then state government, role of the government in the health, how the state government works, then gender, growing up as boys and girls, women change the world, then media, understanding media. Then we have covered markets, market around us, a shirt in the market, yes, along with stories. And then equality in Indian democracy, struggles for equality. Yes, now in the next lecture, definitely we'll see the another part or continuation of NCERT series of few more classes. Yes. So friends, till the next lecture regarding NCERT, you can keep studying, keep learning, and do not forget to join our Telegram group for the daily updates regarding your CSE preparation. And do not forget to use code RBI Live for the subscription on Unacademy platform. Yes, that's it for this session. All the best. Thank you. Take care.